Hello everybody, and welcome to this pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1, more specifically a glitchless secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider 1, where I have to complete the entire game while only killing enemies who strictly have to be killed for game completion, and therefore not killing any enemies who don't need to be killed, and also having to collect all of the secrets and not use any glitches. Now, this is a challenge that has already been uploaded, with me uploading one video for each level, and with none of the videos coming with commentary, and I decided to put all of the levels together, all of the videos together, so that it's one big video of the entire game, one pacifist challenge, one video containing the whole of the pacifist challenge, one video containing all 15 levels, one video where it's all of the other videos merged into one, and with post-commentary being added to the video. So currently I'm in caves, obviously, because that's the first level of the entire game, and you can see that I'm trying to lure a bat away from the door down here, because the aim was to pull the switch and then jump through, and now the bats are trapped and can no longer get to me because I closed the door, trapping the bats on the outside, but I managed to jump through into the inside just before the door closed. Normally, with these pacifist runs, I've done a lot of pacifist runs for Tomb Raider throughout the years, and normally when I play, I would be recording commentary while playing, but this time around I decided that I didn't want to record commentary while playing, because I just wanted to focus on playing the game, doing the challenge, and trying to do the best possible job at the challenge. And I decided to only do post-commentary, and that's obviously what I'm doing at the moment. And I don't want the bear to be inflicting any damage upon me, so I've used a setup where I get a head start on the bear. Okay, I've got the small medipack, which is what I came down here for. And now the door is open, leading back to this previous area, and there's going to be wolves, as well as the bear, and bats as well. Going down there was not essential for completing the level. It just so happens that there's a small medipack down there, which I wanted to get. And if you collect all of the medipacks in this first level without using any medipacks, then I believe that you should finish the level with 5 small medipacks and 2 large medipacks. Well, from here you can safely jump to where I'm about to jump to, here, and you can pull the switch and open the door and be done with the level. Or you can try and pursue the small medipack, which I'm about to pursue. I want to hang here so I get both of the wolves coming over. Okay, there's the other one. And then by shooting them, I can get them to run off. Right, hopefully they'll cooperate and go where I want them to go. Okay, one away. Okay, one of them's gone. Okay, both of them are gone. That should give me a bit of a head start with getting this small medipack, but I've got no doubt that they will catch up to me. Okay, there's one of them. But we are now out of harm's way, and now we can proceed. Yeah, I just thought that by playing and not recording commentary, it would be easier for me to record, and it would be easier for me to do the challenge, because if I'm not happy with my performance, then I can just reload and try again, and sort of keep trying until I'm satisfied with how well I do. And I just need to jump here and then do another jump to here, and by doing that I avoided the trigger spot for a wolf who's near the switch that I'm about to pull, which will open the door to the end of the level. Okay, well I've got the medipacks, and I'm surprised by how little damage that I've taken. I don't think that any credit is due to me. I think that I simply got lucky. I think I owe most of it to luck. Luck with the enemies, luck with the wolves, luck with the bear. I don't think that a great deal of it boils down to skill, so I don't think that too much credit was due to me. I think it was mostly luck more than anything. If you're trying to complete the first level, while collecting all of the medipacks and not using any medipacks, then, the level does have its moments. There are bits that, can cause you problems. But this second level, City of Vilcabamba, is a much more problematic level. There are an awful lot, well, there are, you know, a fair few wolves in this level who are a problem. There's the bear at the end of the level who's also a problem, and you do encounter bats throughout the level as well. Now, there are 4 active wolves at the moment, and I would like to stop them from being a problem by trying to trap them in this room. Ideally, all 4 of them. I can see 3 wolves in here, I think. Oh wait, I think the 4th one's in here as well. Okay. Well, I took a bit of damage, but from the looks of things, all 4 wolves are now trapped, because I lured them into that room after opening the door. And then once they were all in there, I then closed the door, and they should now be trapped in that room and won't be able to cause me any further problems throughout this level. But there are other wolves that I'm going to be encountering, other obstacles that I'm going to be encountering. So let's not get carried away. And when it comes to trapping the wolves in that room, you do need luck. Because, I mean, in that instance, the 4 wolves all came into the room pretty swiftly, and I was able to trap them. But it did take a lot of tries, because typically they didn't cooperate. You know, it was easy enough getting like 1 or 2 wolves in there, maybe even 3, but getting all 4 wolves in the room proved to be a lot more difficult, something where I was a lot more dependent on luck. And in that instance, I did get lucky. But I think that's pretty much all it boiled down to. I think it was just about luck and nothing more. Doing a pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1 is easy enough, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think that, you know, you need to put in tremendous effort. I don't think that you need to get spectacularly lucky. I think that, you know, most people should be able to succeed at a pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1 easily enough. I think Tomb Raider 2 is really the only Tomb Raider game where it's difficult to do a pacifist run. And, you know, with the exception of Tomb Raider 2, out of the Tomb Raider games that I've played, I don't really think that any of the other Tomb Raider games should be much of a problem when it comes to doing pacifist runs. You know, I think Tomb Raider 2 is a hard game to do a pacifist run for. But the others, like Tomb Raider 1, 3, Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, you know, I don't really think there's too many problems with doing pacifist runs for those games. And I didn't do very well at getting on top of that block, but I've made it up to here. and I initially lured the bat away to increase my chances of making it up to here without taking damage. Okay, and now I want to try and lure these bats away. So hopefully they will follow me down here. I can see some of them. Okay, that's not very helpful. Okay, I did a better job at getting onto the block that time. And after getting lucky with the first 4 wolves at the beginning of the level, I was very pleased to be able to save. Not to mention that I've got a bit of distance on the bats as well. But once I go through here, I'm going to have several wolves on me. And there isn't really... well, I don't really know of any reliable way of avoiding these wolves. I think it is just a case of just trying to get through this bit of the level as quickly as possible, you know, while trying to take as little damage as possible. I am getting munched a bit, but that was pretty much inevitable, and I'm glad that I've managed to at least make it up to this bit. But we are going to be seeing more of those wolves, unfortunately, because there are 2 other doors that we need to go through, and the wolves are going to be following me through those doors. And with one of the doors, I'm also going to have the threat of the pendulums, and that's really not going to be helpful, particularly with the risk of the wolves knocking me into them. And once again, I'm trying to avoid the bats best I can, trying to lure this one away. Initially, so I can get the small medipack, and now so that I can try and pull this switch. Okay, that's the second door open. Shotgun ammo is definitely going to come in handy throughout this challenge, but I don't want to be picking it up when I'm under attack from enemies, so I did ignore the shotgun ammo, but it shouldn't be a problem. I'm going to have plenty of other opportunities to collect shotgun ammo, and I should, you know, end up with an adequate amount of shotgun shells. You know, I plan to mostly use the shotgun for when killing enemies is mandatory. I do plan to also use the Uzis and the pistols as well. I have no intention on using the magnums, that means I have no intention on collecting the magnums or the ammo, but I will be looking to collect the shotgun and shotgun shells. As for Uzi ammo, I'm thinking I'll probably have an adequate amount just from the secrets that I'm going to be collecting. I know that there are secrets that I'm going to be collecting which contain health packs. This is throughout the game that I'm talking about. And some of the health packs, it's not just a health pack on its own, there's also Uzi ammo as well. And when you collect the health pack, you also collect Uzi ammo. And from doing that, I'll probably have an adequate amount of Uzi ammo. Okay, there's the bear. I wasn't sure where the bear was. Okay, by shooting it, hopefully it will leave this area. But it's not looking very positive at the moment. Well, that's kind of annoying. And he's coming straight for me, and he's attacking me. That's also annoying. Okay, I'm getting owned pretty badly here. Okay, that's not gone well at all. And I need to wait for the bear to come here. Okay, hop back and shoot like that. The bear should now vacate this upper area. So hopefully I won't get under attack. Okay, I'm not sure about that. Well, I've made it down, but the bear knows where I am. Okay, well, I can't deny that I did get owned pretty badly by the bear. But I did manage to complete the level without using any other medipacks. I used a large medipack shortly before encountering the bear, and the damage taken from the bear didn't force me to use another health pack. So I decided to, turn a blind eye to the amount of damage that I took from the bear and how badly I did, because of the fact that it didn't cost me any health packs. Now, this is a level that will likely cause problems, and the most problematic area is the area that I am entering as we speak, because there's quite a few raptors in this area, and obviously there's the T-Rex as well. Now by going up here, the first raptor should come towards us, okay, and he should go behind us like that. And now hopefully we can proceed without that raptor catching up with us, but there is a second raptor. And the T-Rex is about to spawn as well. But if you can make it up here, and then shoot the enemies, hopefully you can get them to run away and give you a clear path. Yeah, the raptors can do damage, and they can like knock you about. Yeah, they can make a nuisance of themselves. But the T-Rex is, you know, the biggest threat, because the T-Rex can instantly kill you. And simply touching the T-Rex will inflict damage upon you. But I went to that area and shot the dinosaurs so that I would hopefully be able to make it to this bit without, you know, the dinosaurs making a nuisance of themselves, and I was successful with that. But now I'm shooting them again because I need them to run off again, because I would like to have a clear path. Okay, there's a raptor there, but it's okay, I've managed to make it to this bit, which is the next area that I had in mind. And once again, I'm resorting to shooting the dinosaurs so that they will run off. Although it's going to be a bit of time before I return to the ground that's near me, because I've come here for the secret on top of the waterfall, and then I'm going to be dropping down into the water because it leads to an area where there's a cog, and that is an item that is needed for completing this level. Well, you need 3 cogs in total. And one of them is this way, the other 2 are elsewhere. And this raptor does have the ability to make a nuisance of itself, particularly when it's within close proximity. But we can try and get him to run off by shooting him like that. Okay, well, I took damage, but I've made it up at least. And I no longer need to worry about that raptor because once I collect the cog, I can jump into the water without any risk of the raptor being able to get to me. Like so. And I'm hoping that I'm going to be presented with a clear path when I pull up here. Nope, there's a raptor right there. So the next thing on my mind is yet another secret, and I'm not happy about the T-Rex being hot on my heels. Up here is where I need to go. Okay, I'm taking damage. Now the area that I need to get to is pretty much underneath where I currently am, and it's going to be easier if I'm not going to be getting snowed under with dinosaurs. So once again, I'm trying to get them to run off. It's a helpful tactic if you're standing on an area that the enemies can't get to and you shoot the enemies, then it should result in them running off, thus making things a lot easier for you. And I'm delighted to be able to save, because having made it this far, it would be a shame for the progress to go to waste. And I have to go back the way I came, and no doubt I'm going to be encountering dinosaurs as I do that. Right, I managed to avoid them okay, and I'm safe up here. This leads to the third and final cog. You just have to jump across a broken bridge, and the cog is all yours. And there are ways of safely dropping down from here to the lower area, which is the area that I do need to go to in order to be able to proceed further with the level. But when there are multiple dinosaurs on the area, it's needless to say that I would probably encounter a bit of a problem if I was to drop down at the moment. So instead, I'm going back this way, and I'm hoping that if I just go down here, the dinosaurs will come here in pursuit of me. Are there any sign of them? Okay, there's the T-Rex, who's the most threatening of the enemies. I think I can see raptors as well. Okay, so I think I've partially lured them away. And if I go back this way again, back to the bridge, hopefully I can drop down and not have any problems with the dinosaurs, because hopefully they will now be gone. Okay, well, it seems okay at the moment, but I can't get complacent because they are definitely coming in my direction. But the danger is now eliminated. Now that we've made it here, we no longer need to worry about any of those enemies. We just need to worry about other enemies that we still need to deal with. Okay, I didn't quite want to fall down like that. I was hoping to go onto the slope and slide down. Okay, that didn't go very well either. Okay, well, having made it this far, we should be able to see to the rest of the level without our health being a problem. We have the 3 cogs. There are 2 more secrets to collect. But I know where both of them are. They are both in this general area. Save game crystal, don't really need it, in all honesty. There isn't really anything that can go wrong here onwards. And then the final secret was off limits, but now that we've inserted the cogs and pulled the switch, the secret is now obtainable. Because previously there was no water here, but now there is, and now we can make it to the final secret. And the shotgun has been added to our inventory. We will lose it after we complete Sanctuary of the Scion, but yeah, that's level 12. This is level 3. So there's plenty of levels where we will have the shotgun available to us, and we will be able to reobtain it in the 13th level Natla's Mines easily enough, because one of the secrets contains a shotgun, and we will be able to, get the shotgun back without any problems. The pistols, well, you can either collect them in Natla's Mines, because you lose all of your guns after Sanctuary of the Scion. I've explained about the shotgun. There's a secret where you can collect the shotgun, or there's an enemy that you can kill who drops a shotgun, but that enemy is not a mandatory kill. Therefore, we are not allowed to kill the enemy. So we have to rely on the secret for the shotgun. I mentioned the pistols, you can either collect them in Natla's mines easily enough, they're just a random pickup, or if you don't collect the pistols, then when you complete Natla's mines and enter the next level at Atlantis, the pistols will be back in your inventory, regardless of whether you collected them in Natla's mines. The magnums I'm going to be completely avoiding. The Uzis, well, they can be collected in Sanctuary of the Scion. They're not really going to be useful in that level, but you do have to collect the Uzis in order for the secret to register, because the Uzis is a secret and you have to pick it up in order for the secret to count. So I will be collecting the Uzis in Sanctuary of the Scion. They're not going to be very useful for that level, and I'm going to lose them straight after the level. I can't collect the Uzis in Natla's mines because that would require killing an enemy who isn't a mandatory kill. But the Uzis are available at the very beginning of Atlantis. The magnums, collecting them in Natla's mines would also require killing an enemy who doesn't have to be killed. And that means I won't be able to collect the magnums in Natla's mines, but I've already said I'm not interested in the magnums. That block that I was stood on previously, which I'm now back on, this is a good spot to when it comes to, trying to deal with the raptors. This block is very handy because the raptors can't get up here. But when you're standing on this block, you can shoot the raptors and get them to run off. Okay, well that raptor's just being annoying, but hopefully I've got a big enough lead on him. And the area where the raptors were when I shot them, I will be returning to that area, and by shooting the raptors and making them run off, the aim is that when I return to that area, the raptors will be elsewhere. Yeah, I think at least one of the wolves has been consumed by the block. Okay, I think two of them have been consumed by the block. There is still one who's present. But if you've watched it this far, then you've probably gotten the gist of why I sometimes shoot enemies, it's to try and get them to run off. It's been a recurring thing so far throughout this challenge, and it's something that I'm going to continue to do. I probably don't need to explain it to you viewers every time I do it, because you've probably, like I said, you've probably gotten the gist of it. And hanging on to ledges as a way of trying to lure enemies into certain areas, that's another thing that you've probably gotten the gist of, and I probably don't need to keep explaining that to you either. I think the only new thing is the fact that 2 of those wolves got consumed by a block. And that's another thing that does come in handy, because it is possible to consume enemies with movable blocks, which sends them up into the air, making them inactive for a limited period of time, which means that for that period of time you don't have the threat of the enemies. And I am hoping to use a different movable block to try and consume the raptors, because I'm back here. I'm probably going to be pursued by the raptors wherever they are. I can hear them, I can see them. I'm going back this way because I'm going to try and deal with the raptors. Okay, once again I shot the raptors, but only to give myself a bit of distance from them. Now I'm going to try and consume them by using this block. Okay, I think I've consumed 2 of them. There is still 1 that's a threat. And I just paused here because I was just trying to think which way do I need to go. And then I remembered, turn left. That leads here, which is where I need to be. Ouch. And I think I'm about to fall back down. Yes, I am. Okay, secret number 1 is ours. Secret number 2 is ours. But it's just magnum ammo, so I don't need it. Just chime the secret and be gone. And as for the raptor, get shot and be gone. I can't see any raptors, and I can't hear any raptors either. And having collected the Scion, most of the level should now no longer be accessible. And if we're lucky, the raptors will no longer be able to get to us. Because if we're lucky, the raptors would have been in an area that is now sealed off, making us safe from the raptors. I don't know if that was the case, but there was no sign of them, so all is good in that respect. And we now have the third and final secret of this level. Magnum ammo, no thank you. Large medipack, yes please. Oh yes, and Larson is going to be the first mandatory kill of the challenge so far. Even though you don't kill him, it does show on the statistics as a kill. And the rules that I go by is that if it shows on the statistics as a kill, then it's a kill. If it doesn't show on the statistics as a kill, then it's not a kill. And those are the rules that I've always gone by whenever I've done a pacifist run for Tomb Raider. I couldn't kill Larson, well, I mean, I could have killed Larson straight away, but I didn't want to because I wanted to collect the large medipack that I just collected. And I would like to know where Larson is. The shotgun will take him down easily enough. There you have it.
Well, you had attention.
Don't care about the cutscene. Tomb of Qualopec is done. Peru is done. We move on to St. Francis Volley. We move on to the Greece section. And the first obstacle is trying to move a block while being under attack from lions. And the solution that I'm going to be trying to apply is to stand on the block where you're safe from the lions and then try to get the lions to run off by shooting them. And then once I feel like the lions are far enough away, try to move the block without taking damage from the lions. Even though I mentioned that, a pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1 really isn't hugely difficult, I still wanted to play and record while not recording commentary so that it would be easier to play, easier to record, and I could just you know, reload easily enough if I was to be dissatisfied with how well that I do a certain bit. Because, you know, I wanted the videos to look good. You know, I wanted the videos to be fun to watch. So I didn't want to do too badly. And, well, those of you who watched the individual videos for this challenge, you know, where it was, you know, one video per each level, then you would have seen, or rather heard, that the videos didn't come with any commentary. I didn't want to add commentary to them because I wanted there to be you know, a version without commentary and a version with commentary. And I did, you know, one video for each level where none of the videos came with commentary. And then I wanted to put, well, rather than do another individual video for each level, and with them all coming with commentary, I thought that I would rather put all of the videos and levels together into one big video and add commentary to that one big video. And the next Pacifist challenge that I plan to do after this is a Glitchless Secrets No Kills Run for Tomb Raider 3. And when it comes to recording and uploading, once again, the plan is to do one video for each level without commentary, then put all of the videos and levels together into one big video, like I've done here, and to add post-commentary to the video. Just even though I've done quite a lot of pacifist runs for the Tomb Raider games, I hadn't yet done any glitchless pacifist runs for Tomb Raider 1, and I haven't currently done any glitchless pacifist runs for Tomb Raider 3, and that's why I wanted to do a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1, and I'm planning on doing a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 3, because it's a type of pacifist run that hadn't been done for Tomb Raider 1 and hasn't yet been done for Tomb Raider 3. But I have done glitched pacifist runs for both this game and Tomb Raider 3. I've done a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 2, as well as glitched pacifist runs. And then Tomb Raider, Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness, I've only done a glitchless pacifist run. I haven't done any glitched pacifist runs for any of those games. And to be honest, I don't really plan to either, because for those games, the glitches are extremely game-breaking, and they, you know, they make it possible to skip loads of the games, And I've got someone knocking on my door. Apologies about that. I had to stop recording, recording the commentary because I had someone knocking on my door. As some of you are aware, I am a hospital patient. I have been for a few years now, have been since 2021. When I'm in my room, sometimes I do get people knocking on my door, usually staff. Very important, jump there, land there, where I landed. Make sure you land there, not the tile just to the right, because that triggers free bats. There are a lot of trigger spots for a lot of bats, and I need to try my best to avoid those trigger spots. And I'm doing this jump here and taking a bit of damage from it because I can now jump to this switch here, and I think that's the only way that you can get to this switch without triggering a bat. You see where the save game crystal was, just next to the switch. I think that tile causes a bat to spawn, and I managed to avoid the tile by jumping to the small medipack like I did, and then jump into the switch and then drop it down. And I'm not entirely sure why diving seems to protect you from the lightning, but it seems to. So if you dive, then it seems that you don't come to any harm. So any professional footballer should be able to do that bit without taking any damage, because diving is a footballer's speciality. So yes, I can't imagine professional footballers having much difficulty with the lightning. With Lara, it's a bit more of a stretch, but she can just about manage it. As I was saying, I've been a hospital patient since March 2021. It's now November 2023, which is more than 2.5 years later, and it's not my first hospital admission, but it is my current hospital admission. And even though, you know, all of the patients do have the privacy of their own rooms, we do get people knocking on our doors sometimes, and it can come as a bit of a disturbance at times. And before they were knocking on my door, I was saying about that I probably won't do a glitched pacifist run for Tomb Raider Last Revelation, Chronicles or Angel of Darkness, just because of how game-breaking some of the glitches are. Like how much of the game you're able to avoid as a result of the glitches. You know, I didn't want to do glitched pacifist runs for those games, so I did glitchless pacifist runs instead, but I did do glitched pacifist runs for the first 3 Tomb Raider games, and just recently finished a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1, which is what you're currently watching. Hope to soon do a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 3, and I've already done a glitchless pacifist run for Tomb Raider 2. Now, controversially, I am going to be triggering all of the swords. I'm going to be getting all of the swords to fall down. Because I anticipate returning to this room later, and if I take out all of the swords here and now, then I won't have to worry about the swords if I return later, which I probably will. I do intend to. I've explained the significance of trying to trigger as few bats as possible. As for the 4 rooms, it's best to do 4 and Damocles first, because collecting the keys from those rooms don't trigger any lions at the end of the levels, which gives you the opportunity to insert 2 of the keys at the end of the level without being under attack from lions. But the other 2 rooms, Neptune and Atlas, collecting the keys from those rooms, that does trigger lions. And lions at the end of the level. And when you insert the keys for Neptune and Atlas, then you will have the threat of the lions. And if you were to do those 2 rooms first, then you would have the threat of the lions when inserting all 4 of the keys. But by doing things this way, you can, insert 2 of the keys without the threat of any lions. Collecting the Damocles key doesn't trigger any enemies, whereas the 4 key does trigger Pierre at the end of the level, but we can take care of him, because with the exception of the end of Tomb of Tehokan, where you kill Pierre, all of the other encounters that you have with Pierre during the Greece section do not come with the risk of you killing Pierre. You can shoot him and make him run off, which does, get rid of him. But you don't kill him, and it doesn't show on the statistics as a kill. So we can easily shoot Pierre, get him to run off, and then we don't have to worry about him, and it doesn't show on the statistics as a kill. The shotgun is what I will be using. And we need a bit of luck with safely dropping down because of the positioning of Pierre. Looks okay. 2 blasts should be adequate. blast him twice, then let him escape from your sight, and he should then be history, and that's what happened there and then. And it's not the only time in the Greece section in which we are going to be shooting Pierre to get him to run away. Yeah, we are going to be encountering him in other levels, and we're going to be shooting him so that he runs off. Now, when you climb up here, very important that you don't go where the magnum ammo is, because that will trigger at least one bat. It's also very important that you just jump straight across to here, avoid the ledge on our right, because going there triggers at least one bat. Or rather, there's a certain part of that ledge that triggers at least one bat. And instead of jumping onto the ledge to our left, it's best just to pull up here, because I think going to the left might trigger at least one bat. And also, the bit on the left of where we were just before jumping, don't go there either, because that also triggers at least one bat. And we do have to come here, which triggers a bat. So a bat has now been triggered, but that is unavoidable. And I've just stepped on the tile, which opens the door to the fourth and final secret, and I'm now going back down because I am after the secret. It makes the most sense to collect the secret when there aren't any lions down here, because that way we can collect the secret without being under attack from lions. That is why I wanted to collect the secret there and then. Because we haven't yet triggered either of the lions. And there is the bat. Trying to lure him away a tiny bit. Yeah, the tile with like the save game crystal, I was able to avoid it when I was dropping down, but I wasn't able to avoid it when I was climbing back up. So I don't think that this bat is avoidable. I think that you will always trigger that bat. And my focus was on the secret, and I'm pleased to say that by using the route that I used, I was able to collect the secret without taking any 4 damage and without triggering any additional enemies. And I have returned to Damocles, and it was to try and lure the bat away, and that's not helpful. Hopefully we can now climb up to the next room without getting attacked by the bat. Once again, I'm about to jump up here, avoid the ledge on the left and the ledge on the right. Just do what I did, and you avoid triggering any of the bats near that area. Okay, well, I'm pleased that so far only one bat has been triggered, and it is possible to avoid triggering all of the other bats, and so far I have been successful with this. But there are other enemies who will make a nuisance of themselves. The 2 lions at the end of the level. There's also a monkey in the Atlas room. And there were previous enemies who had the ability to be a problem. But we've managed to make it this far. The biggest threat for me, really, is the 2 lions at the end. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay with approaching the save game crystal. That gave the bat a bit of time to catch up. But we're about to go through a gate which will close behind us. That means that the bat can't get to us, but the monkey can, because the monkey was on the inside when the gate closed. I don't think the monkey posed a problem though, because we've managed to make it up to here. And the gate is now open, so even if the monkey was on the outside, he would now be able to come to the inside. And now it's just about inserting the final 2 keys. I will try to lure the lions away best I can. I'm waiting for them to come to underneath me. Okay, they're both there. Now I want them to come up here. Looking good. Right, now I should have a bit of a head start, but I probably will still take damage. They've caught up, and they are inflicting damage upon me. And now I just want to repeat what I did a moment ago. Try and lure them up here again. And now just do what I did before. Taking damage, but hopefully I won't need a health pack. Looking good. All is okay. I have to say, I did take a bit of a lengthy pause from doing Tomb Raider videos because I went through a phase of doing videos for Bloons Tower Defense as well as videos for Digimon, and I went a while without doing any Tomb Raider videos, but I have returned to doing Tomb Raider videos, starting with this Pacifist run for Tomb Raider 1, which will likely be followed by a Pacifist run for Tomb Raider 3, and I do also plan to do at least one more Pacifist run for Tomb Raider 2 and maybe some other Tomb Raider related stuff. I do have ideas for other games, challenges for other games. When it comes to Digimon, I can't deny being low on ideas. Tomb Raider, I've got a few ideas, and then ideas for other games. But I'm not entirely sure of the exact order that I will be going in. I mean, I've said that, the plan is for it to go, the plan is for it to be Tomb Raider 3 next, then Tomb Raider 2. But after that, I'm not too sure of what to do next. Like, I've got a lot of ideas for various video games, but I don't know which idea I'm going to do once I'm done with my initial ideas for Tomb Raider. That's how you take care of Pierre. Yeah, I don't know which game I'll do next, and also a bit of a problem is that here at the hospital I only have my PlayStation 2 on me, which I can play PlayStation 2 games on, as well as PlayStation 1 games. But I don't have many games on me. It's just most of my belongings are not with me here at the hospital, and it wouldn't be easy to get hold of my belongings. Not while I'm in hospital. So even though I've got ideas for video games that I do own, a lot of the games I don't have on me here at the hospital. And like I said, it's not going to be easy to get hold of other belongings of mine while I'm in hospital. And, well, I don't know when I'm going to be leaving the hospital, but I know it's not going to be anytime soon. It's not going to be this year. It's not going to be next year. I don't know when it's going to be. The point I'm making is that, you know, there are complications when it comes to my ability to record. I mean, I'm going to be okay initially because I've got Tomb Raider 3 with me, I've got Tomb Raider 2 with me. But there will come a point in which, you know, I will encounter a problem. When I came here, I think I triggered 2 bats, and before going there, I went to a different area and triggered 2 other bats. And where is Pierre? Pierre would have respawned. I can't see him at the moment, but I know he is around, and he does have the ability to make a nuisance of himself. Yeah, I triggered the first 2 bats because I wanted to lure them away from this area, because I knew that I would come here, and I didn't want the bats to be here making a nuisance of themselves. So I lured those 2 bats away towards the other area with the other bats. And I can hear the bats, they're not far away. Okay, I can see them. But it's okay, we're done here. But there is the issue of Pierre. And I just saw him. Okay, he's currently behind us. And I'm not sure if I'm going to have to shoot him or not. Okay, he's shooting at us. Well, obviously I do know whether or not I need to shoot Pierre, because this is post-commentary. You know, the recording has already happened. And, you know, the video for the Colosseum level has already been uploaded. But I'm trying to speak as if it's present commentary, you know, commentary being recorded as I'm playing, because I don't want to spoil too much. You know, I think it would probably be more interesting if I try not to give too much away and, you know, try to speak as if I don't know what's going to happen. Yeah, instead of just ruining everything for you. If you've already seen the individual levels, then, you know, you probably know yourselves, you know, what happens. But I'm sure there are people watching this who haven't seen the individual levels. And I wouldn't want to spoil anything. But regarding Pierre, everything seems to be okay. I mean, he won't be able to affect us now we're here. We have an inactive monkey and an active monkey. Oh yes, we also have a crocodile. The last enemy that can pose any kind of threat to us in this level. Okay, we are about to move on to one of the more problematic levels when doing a pacifist run for this challenge. Palace Midas, the reason why the level tends to be problematic is due to the high number of enemies. You don't encounter Pierre in this level. You don't encounter any kind of human enemy in this level. You do encounter a heck of a lot of animals. Mostly monkeys. You know, there are more monkeys than any other type of enemy. But there are a few lions as well. Plus crocodiles. There are also rats, but they're not really a threat. I'd say the monkeys are probably the biggest problem, because they can reach areas that other enemies can't reach, and they are the most numerous of the enemies in this challenge, in this level. And I don't want any enemies to be going into the room. The reason why I'm standing here shooting the enemies is because I want them to leave this area. I want them to go back the way I came. I don't want them going into that room because that's where I need to be going. And it will be a lot easier if the room isn't littered with enemies. Well, I don't know where exactly the enemies are, but hopefully they are a fair distance from us. And hopefully they're not going to become a problem while we are in here. I think I can hear the crocodile. And Obviously the video is not going at a regular speed because I hung on to the ledge and for quite a while because I wanted to get all of the enemies together in this area. I had a hunch that they probably weren't too far away, and I thought that by hanging onto that ledge they would, you know, show up promptly, but it took longer than I thought. And this is where I go back to the ledge that I hung on to. Because I want to try and lure the enemies out of my path. Let's just try and get them all together. I think that's all of them. Now if I wait here... Oh yeah, I had to pause here. I can't remember why. I think I got distracted by something. But now I wait here for the enemies to come up, so that hopefully I can then drop down and not be pursued by the enemies. But it looks like the crocodile stayed down, which is kind of annoying. But I think it worked on the monkeys. I believe that by standing here, I trigger a flip map, which will make life easier for me when going into a different room later on. Not the very next room that I'm about to go into, but the room after that one. Not the room that I'm about to go into, but the room after that. Normally, there's work that would have to be done in order to cause sand to fall down, which makes further progress possible. But by going to the room that I went to first, and then jumping onto the platform that I jumped onto, it should result in a flip map where the sand will already be fallen. And it just makes things easier because it saves me the trouble of having to get the sand to fall down the normal way. Because the sand will already be fallen. I'm pleased that there's a save game crystal here, because I am surprisingly bad at this bit. I mean, that might be a bit of a head scratcher for you viewers. You might be wondering, how can somebody possibly foul at that bit? How can somebody possibly be bad at that bit? But believe me, I am surprisingly bad at it. I am surprisingly prone to messing up at it. The rats are really no threat whatsoever. But I'm probably going to be presented with threats because there's a good chance that the enemies have returned. I think a new monkey has also been triggered, because I think that collecting the lead bar causes a monkey to spawn. There are definitely enemies within earshot. And they're within sight as well. And I don't want the enemies going into that room. That's the one place where I don't want them to be. The pistols, I'm pretty much just using them to shoot at enemies, to try and get enemies to run away. I might use them for other stuff as well, but I think the main intention is to try and just use them to get enemies to flee. You don't have to worry about wasting ammo because the pistols have unlimited ammo, and when you shoot an enemy you reduce their health, and if you were to reduce their health by too much, then you would end up killing them. But being the weakest out of your 4 guns, the pistols are the best choice of gun to use, because there's the smallest chance of you reducing the enemy's health to the point where there's a risk of you killing them. Because while it's all well and good shooting the enemies to get them to run off, you can't shoot them too many times because you can't kill them. Or rather, you're not allowed to kill them. You would have noticed that there was a secret which I chimed but didn't collect. And that's because collecting it would have required me to have dropped down. That would take me to like a lower part of the... That would like take me down to like a lower area, and I would be under attack from enemies. But by being up here, there is an effective shortcut that can be taken, but you can only take it when you're up here. I'm about to take the shortcut, or attempt it at least. There it is. I wouldn't have been able to have done that if I had dropped down to the secret, so I just chimed the secret and settled with that. In order for a secret to register on the statistics, you just need to hear the chime. You just need for the chime to happen. In most cases, you don't need to collect the secret. I think the only exception in the whole of this game is the secret in Sanctuary of the Scion, the Uzis. You have to collect them in order for the secret to chime. Okay, this is a key bit. Instead of running straight ahead, I grabbed onto the ledge and shimmied across. That way I was able to avoid the trigger spot for a lion who is up here. You will see its inactive body in a few moments. There it is. The dreaded bats. I mean, admittedly, they are nowhere near the most threatening enemies in this level. But it would be nice if I am able to save, and without the bats creating problems. Okay, well, I've managed to save. But we are about to be presented with the sight of loads of enemies. Here they are. That's not good. Well, we've got the cage open, but that means more enemies, because there are monkeys inside of the cage who we are going to be crossing paths with. And there's a secret in here, and once again I think it's best if I just chime the secret and be done. Yeah, when there's this many enemies on me, I don't think I'm going to be getting too fixated on collecting that secret. Just chime it so that it shows on the statistics and be done. Alright, let's upgrade these lead bars by turning them into gold. And I think lead has some value, hence why you hear about people stealing lead from the roofs of buildings, but it's nowhere near as valuable as gold. I mean, a gold brick is worth thousands and thousands of pounds. But, well, I mean, you have to turn the lead bars into gold bars in order to be able to complete the level. So the Hand of Midas has proved to be a helping hand, because we are now able to complete the level, something that we weren't able to do a little while ago. And I think the final obstacle would be trying to insert the gold bars without taking too much damage from enemies. And the monkeys are by far the biggest threat, because the areas where you insert the gold bars, the monkeys are able to go there and attack you, whereas the other enemies cannot. So I don't really mind about the crocodile or the lions, but the monkeys are an issue. Let's try and get rid of the monkeys, and typically the first one that I shoot goes into the very room, and one of the other ones as well goes into the very room where I don't want them to be. How well is this working? So far, it seems that it's not going brilliantly. Monkeys are leaving, but other monkeys are coming back. Or new monkeys are entering. Whatever it is. Okay, time to try a slightly different tactic. which might go terribly wrong and cost me everything. I'm going to try and hang on to a ledge, and it's not going to work if a crocodile is going to nudge me and knock me down. Right, can we try that again? Well, I got nudged again, but I managed to grab onto the ledge. Right, can we try and get all of the monkeys underneath us? The crocodile doesn't seem to want any of it. The crocodile seems to be happy remaining where he is. We've got several monkeys underneath us and a lion. We've got a crocodile right above us. I can see a monkey. The crocodile is within very close range, as you can see for yourselves. There's a lion who's about to spawn. There he is, but I don't mind him. I don't mind the crocodile. This here is a safe spot from lions and crocodiles, but not monkeys. Now I'm in the danger zone where all enemies can get to me, and now it's just the monkeys that can get to me. And I can hear a monkey, which means that they can't be too far away. Yes, I can see one as well. There he is. Okay, well, the end of the level didn't actually go too badly. While inserting the gold bars, I only took one knock. Only one monkey caught up to me. And that is the only level in Greece where you don't encounter Pierre. In this level, the cistern, it's possible to encounter Pierre a total of 3 times. And the very first enemy is a rat, which really isn't very threatening at all. Which is a good thing, obviously. A few other rats are going to spawn. But the threat remains minimal. There's quite a lot of rats in this level, which I suppose makes sense considering we are in a sewer. And yeah, none of the rats are much of a threat. There are more threatening enemies, such as crocodiles and lions and monkeys, plus Pierre, like I already mentioned. Well, this level has quite a few different paths, which are available to you, which means that the order that you complete the level in can vary depending on your preference. But what I would like to do in this challenge is to collect the rusty key like I just did and insert it into the keyhole that I am about to insert it into, which you will find over here. To the right is another platform where a rusty key is also needed. There are 2 rusty keys in this level, which is convenient because of the fact that, you know, there's 2 keyholes that both require a rusty key. But this is where I'm going first. And I believe that Pierre has just spawned in this area, as well as a couple of monkeys. We are out of range from the monkeys, so we don't need to worry about them. But we do need to worry about Pierre because he can shoot me. You know, I'm not safe from Pierre. Safe from the monkeys, not safe from Pierre. And I'm waiting for Pierre to move so that I can shoot at him, and I'm going to be using the pistols because this isn't close range shooting. Okay, Pierre has now gone. Yeah, that wasn't close range shooting, which means that the shotgun probably wouldn't have worked very well. You have to use the shotgun from close range in order for it to be effective. But the pistols, magnums and Uzis work well in long range as well as short range. That's why I chose to use the pistols against Pierre that time, because, you know, it wasn't close range shooting. I don't think the shotgun would have been a good choice of gun to use. I used the pistols and it didn't serve me too badly. I managed to remove Pierre and without getting shot myself. Now, can we get the crocodile to run away? It's not looking very good at the moment. Just have to try to avoid him. We're presented with more unthreatening rats. And more unthreatening rats. Is it unthreatening or non-threatening? I don't know. But they're not a threat, that's the point I'm trying to make. Now, even though the rats are not a threat, I would like to be able to collect the key down here without getting attacked. And when I collect the key, I need to leave promptly, leave by jumping into the water that's just to the right. And it seems that, once again, the enemies are not cooperating very well. The reason why I need to make a prompt exit after collecting the key is that when you collect the key, Pierre spawns in this area, but instead of shooting him, I intend to leave, hopefully without taking any damage from Pierre. Okay, there he is. I managed to escape, and the fact that Pierre is there means that he's not going to spawn in the other area that he can spawn in, because he can't be in two places at once. If I had shot Pierre and made him run away, then he would have spawned in the third area that he can spawn in, but because I left him there, he's going to stay there, and that means that he's not going to spawn in the third area that he can spawn in, meaning that I've only had to trigger him twice. The first time I decided to shoot him and get rid of him, because he probably would have shot at me if I didn't get rid of him. But the second time I was able to just avoid Pierre and eliminate the risk of him spawning up here. Of course, if I had come here straight away, like at the beginning of the level, then he would have spawned and I would have had to have gotten rid of him. But I went about the level in a way where I only triggered Pierre twice and only had to shoot him once. Now, can I slide down without taking damage? In this instance, yes. You do have to slide down in quite a particular way in order to not take damage. Like the way I slid down, I was able to not take damage, but you can sustain 4 damage depending on how you slide down. Now that switch causes water to rise in the main part of the level, and with the 2 doors that both require the use of a rusty key in order to get the doors to open, each rusty key opens a door. Each door leads to a path. Each path leads to you being able to collect a key. But if you're not using glitches, then with one of the paths, you need the water to not be raised, and with the other path you need the water to be raised. I've already done one of the paths, the one where you need the water to not be raised, and that just leaves the one where you need the water to be raised. And raising the water is exactly what I've just done. there you can see. And also, there's another area that I need to go to, which also requires the water to be raised. This is the area here. I really don't mind taking minimal damage from rats. In this area, it's the crocodiles that I'm worried about. But with that sorted, now we can use the other rusty key, and we are immediately presented with a spike pit, and that's where the water comes in handy. Thanks to the water, we can proceed without getting impaled by the spikes. I mean, interestingly, it is possible to drop down into the spike pit without being killed, without the water being raised, and you can make it to here, but when you pick the key up, the door doesn't open, and then you end up stuck. And I was hoping that exiting this way would keep me safe from the crocodiles, but it wasn't hugely successful because I did get munched twice. It's just I saw crocodiles outside the door that opens when you collect the key, and that's why I thought about going back the way I came, but a different crocodile spawns in that area when you pick up the key, and I, took damage, as you were able to see. I remember the last Pacifist run that I did for this game, a glitched secret no kills run. Back in 2012, when I was 19 years old. Now I'm 30. Wow. It was 11 years ago, but it really doesn't feel that way. It's just, it feels like it was only yesterday. I mean, that's how fresh it is in my mind, but it was 11 years ago. And, well, the older you get, the more quickly time goes by. And I'm sure there comes a point where there are things from 40 years ago which only feel like yesterday. Okay, we are about to enter Tomb of Tehokan, the final level of the Greece section, the level where you finally get to kill Pierre and are forced to kill Pierre if you're not using glitches. This is a glitchless secrets no kills run, which means that we will have to kill Pierre at the end of the level, and he will be the second kill of the challenge so far. And it is definitely a kill. You do definitely kill him. But Larson and Pierre are capable of withstanding stuff that you wouldn't expect many people to be able to withstand. I mean, the Rome section of Tomb Raider Chronicles is set before this game, and so it has to be assumed that Larson and Pierre both survive in Tomb Raider Chronicles, hence why they are in this game, which is set a year later. Well, I mean, a year after the Rome section of Tomb Raider Chronicles, which is the section that Pierre and Larson feature in. So you have to assume that Larson survives being attacked by the dragons, and Pierre survives the fall into the ditch. And then, in this game, you get Larson, who survived being shot loads of times in Tomb of Qualopec, and then Pierre, who survives being shot loads of times until you eventually kill him in this level. And Larson, well, you have the ability to kill him in Sanctuary of the Scion, but he's not a mandatory kill. And because of that, we won't be killing him. In this challenge, we will be avoiding him instead. There is something strange where at certain parts of this level you can randomly lose health. And I think it comes as a result of leaving alive the crocodile at the start of the level. I think that if you leave that crocodile alive, then it can result in the strange thing where you randomly lose health at certain parts of the level. And since the crocodile is not a mandatory kill, and this is a pacifist run, I had no choice but to leave the crocodile alive and risk sustaining random health loss. I'm only here for the secret. if it wasn't for the secret, then it wouldn't have been compulsory to come here. But I need the secret, so that's why I've come here. It's the only reason why I have come here. The crocodile's not giving us much breathing space. Can we do something about that? That looks like good news. I have already encountered Pierre in this level, as you would have seen, but we didn't kill him, he just ran off. You can't kill him until the end of the level. He features at the end of the level, regardless of whether you encounter him at the previous part of the level. And at the end of the level is where you can kill him and need to kill him if you're not using glitches. It's just you need to use a gold key at the end of the level. Pierre drops a gold key when you kill him. Prior to that, there is another gold key which you have to use in order to proceed. But if you're using glitches, it is possible to proceed without needing to use the gold key. And that means that if you collect the first gold key, but don't use it, use the glitch that enables you to bypass the need to use the gold key, then at the end of the level you can use the gold key from previously, insert that into the keyhole where the gold key is needed, saving you the need of killing Pierre. Which would be compulsory if this was a glitched pacifist run, which it isn't. When I did the glitched Secrets No Kills run back in 2012, it wasn't known that you could bypass the need of using the gold key in this area. Because of that, I did kill Pierre, even though it was a glitched pacifist run, because at the time, the glitch that enables you to not use the gold key in this area wasn't known. That does mean that my glitched pacifist run for this game is obsolete, because the number of kills that I finished with was one higher than what is now possible. You know, it's now possible to finish with one less kill thanks to glitches. But that doesn't necessarily mean that I plan to redo a pacifist run, glitched pacifist run for this game. It's just during the more recent years, glitches have come along a long way. Glitches are becoming a lot more advanced, a lot more difficult to do, and I don't keep up with gaming as closely as I used to. I don't keep up with Tomb Raider as closely as I used to, and producing glitches is one of my biggest weaknesses when it comes to the Tomb Raider games. I've always had difficulty with glitches. I've always struggled with glitches, and where glitches have become more advanced, more difficult to use, I'm now, finding glitches even harder to pull off. There are some glitches that I've never managed to pull off. There are some glitches which I have pulled off, but I have great difficulty with pulling them off. I only succeed a minority of the time. So I'm kind of in a position where I'm more drawn to glitchless pacifist runs rather than glitched pacifist runs. I'm being a bit of a wimp. I'm being a bit cowardly. I'm basically running away from glitches, running away from glitched challenges, because of the difficulty that I would anticipate having with producing some of the glitches which would need to be produced in order to be, completely optimal with the challenge. I inserted the first key here when there wasn't a monkey on me. I did that intentionally, but the second key you can't get without triggering the monkey, and that means that you can't insert both keys without being under attack from a monkey, but you can at least insert one key without being under attack from a monkey, and that's what I did. Because there were 4 tiles, and you can move the block onto the tiles, and doing so causes at least one door to open. I moved the block onto the 2 tiles that were necessary for collecting the rusty keys, necessary for game completion, level completion. I didn't bother with the other tiles And I think the first tile just caused one door to open, whereas the other tile caused two doors to open. One of them I needed to open, the other I didn't, and that was also the one that triggered the monkey, but it couldn't be avoided because you have to put the block on the tile in order to open the door which has a rusty key. It's just unfortunate that it also, well, under these circumstances, it's unfortunate that it also opens a door releasing a monkey. Off the top of my head, I know one of the other tiles triggers a number of rats. As for the other tile, the last tile, it possibly triggers a monkey, but I can't really remember off the top of my head. Shotgun ready, because I know that I'm going to be blasting Pierre. Ignore the centaur. And hide here until you know what Pierre's doing. I think 4 blasts will do the job. Looks that way to me. I guess Pierre is a bit tougher than Larson, because Larson took just 3 blasts. Pierre took 4. In Sanctuary of the Scion, I think that Larson, again, only takes 3 blasts, but we won't be killing him. Not in this challenge, because he's not a mandatory kill. And then the human enemies in Natla's mines, they are a lot more powerful, they take a lot more shots, and they do a lot more damage. But none of them are mandatory kills, so we won't be killing any of them. But we will be encountering them, and it will be wise if I can try my best to avoid them. I mean, if I can't kill them, then the next best thing is to try to avoid them. And that brings us to the end of Greece. We are about to enter Egypt, starting with City of Kharmoon. And we're up to 2 kills so far. Will the number of kills be getting any higher? Well, not in this level, they won't be. Not if I'm successful with, not killing enemies who don't need to be killed. But surely the number of kills isn't going to finish on 2. I mean, I would think that the giant mutant at the beginning of the Great Pyramid would be a mandatory kill. I mean, I certainly can't think of any glitchless way of completing the Great Pyramid without killing the giant mutant at the start of the level. to be honest, I can't really think of any glitched way of completing the Great Pyramid without killing the giant mutant at the beginning of the level. I've seen a glitch where after killing the giant mutant and opening the door, there's a glitch which sends you straight to where the Scion is. But in order for the glitch to work, I'm pretty sure that the door needs to be open and you have to kill the giant mutant in order to open the door. The Scion itself also counts as a kill. Yeah, when you destroy the Scion, it shows on the statistics as a kill. And I don't know of any glitched way of completing the Great Pyramid without destroying the Scion. And I certainly don't know of any glitchless way of completing the Great Pyramid without destroying the Scion. And then there's Natla and the question of, is she a mandatory kill? And as well as the Great Pyramid, there are other levels between now and then. Will there be other mandatory kills? Maybe there will, maybe there won't. But with the pacifist runs that I've already done, I've mentioned the glitched secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider 1, and then the glitchless secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider 1, which I'm currently doing. And if I'm to move this block without being given a hard time from the mutant, I'm thinking I might want to wait until he is quite a distance from the block. That will maximise my chances. So I'm just going to loiter for the time being. And yeah, I've done a glitched semi-secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider 2, a glitched full secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider 2, a glitchless no kills run for Tomb Raider 2, a no kills run for Tomb Raider 3, a glitched no kills run, that is, a glitched secrets no kills run, plus a glitched secrets no kills redo, since the previous glitched secrets no kills run, and the glitched no kills run became obsolete due to new discoveries being made, where it was realised that it was possible to complete the game with less kills than the number of kills that I finished with. And then a glitchless secrets no kills run for Tomb Raider Last Revelation and Tomb Raider Chronicles, plus a glitchless no kills run for Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness. If the video description for this video is going to be how I think it's going to be, then all of my previous Pacifist runs for the Tomb Raider games will be listed in the description with links that will take you to the challenge. I mean, I did also do a glitched no kills run for Tomb Raider 1. I think I started it in late 2011 and either finished it in late 2011 or early 2012. But I took it down due to how dreadful the recording quality was. Because when I first started recording videos, I used a camera on a tripod, and I didn't make much of an attempt to sort of like position the camera where the recording quality was as good as it realistically could be. You know, just the positioning wasn't at all good, and, you know, the quality was just awful. And then I think it was early 2012 that I then made more of an effort to improve the recording quality, you know, have like the TV and the camera better positioned so that the, you know, quality was as good as it realistically could have been. But it still wasn't great. And then I think it was the second half of 2014 that I upgraded to a capture card, and now the videos are a lot more watchable in regards to recording quality. I mean, I use pretty basic when it comes to recording, you know, what I use is pretty basic. The capture card is very basic. I record using AV. I record on standard definition. I edit with, well, I mean, I record using OBS, which I think is okay. But I edit using Windows Movie Maker, which is very basic. You know, I'm very much a technophobe. Yeah, when it comes to recording and editing, I use very basic stuff. So, you know, the quality still probably isn't fantastic. But, you know, it's better than, you know, using a camera. You know, it is more watchable. Now here's an interesting trick. You're able to just pull up as if the trapdoors aren't even there. And from what I've been told, that isn't classed as a glitch. I've seen it get used in glitchless speedruns, and if it's okay in glitchless speedruns, then it should be okay in glitchless pacifist runs. And there was yet another secret which I didn't collect. I just chimed the secret and settled with that. It's just Uzi ammo. You know, I wasn't interested in picking it up. I just wanted to chime it and be done. Now, that little trick of going through the trapdoor, I'm about to do another little trick, which again is allowed in glitchless speedruns, and because of that, it would seem that it's not classified as a glitch, regardless of what it might look like. It's about to happen here. Pull up, jump. Okay. What I just did there, plus the trick where I climbed through the trapdoor, I believe that that should have activated a flip map at the end of the level where I will be able to complete the level more easily. I think it's also resulted in this room being light, despite the fact that I haven't pulled the switch, which makes the room light. That little banana jump enabled us to make it to here, and I just need to do a bit of a setup. Okay, I should now grab, and I have. And the only worrying thing now is the mutant that's about to attack me. There it is. And yes, see the sand? See what it's like? That's the flip map that I was talking about. And you haven't seen the full of it yet. I'm just collecting this key, and I'm able to immediately drop down to the end of the level. I will go straight through this trapdoor. Once again, it's allowed in glitchless speedruns. All signs point to the idea that it's not classed as a glitch. And that made the end of City of Carmoon that little bit easier. Pulling up through the trapdoor early on, I mean, that's particularly helpful because otherwise I would have to pull a switch, and that would require going to an area where I would be under attack from a mutant. I think the mutant only features on the PlayStation version and not the PC version. I play on the PlayStation version, and there is definitely a mutant for me. And the fact that there are save game crystals should give away the fact that I'm playing on the PlayStation version. I mean, on the PC there are no save game crystals because saving is a lot easier. You just have to go into your inventory and you can save. You can save wherever you want. You can save whenever you want. You can save as many times as you want. The only disadvantage that I can think of is that on the PC, I don't think you have the option to select a level and begin at the start of that level like you can on the PlayStation version. Okay, this opens 2 doors, and I'm going to choose to use the door that's right next to me. This one here. Going the other way will trigger a mutant, and I will be under attack from that mutant. But by going this way instead, I can avoid triggering the mutant. These 2 enemies are a bit of a threat, but I've managed to make it this far, and well, I'm now safe because they can't reach me while I'm up here. I was just thinking about the large medipack, and it seems that I went too high. But that's okay, because I was able to drop back down easily enough and help myself to the large medipack, and it's not hard to just go back over here and carry on doing what I was doing. The sight of a save game crystal is a very pleasing sight, because I've managed to make it this far, and I would like to store my progress. And, well, this next area can go wrong in a few different ways, and the mutant will like to make things difficult for you. Right, by shooting the mutant, I'm hoping that he will run away and that there'll be enough distance between the mutant and myself in order to pull the switch and put myself somewhere safe, like down here. There's also a small medipack, so coming down here is useful. And hopefully the mutant will run off again now that I've shot him again. And then I can try and pursue the first 2 secrets of the level. Okay, managed to get to the first secret. And that leads us to the second secret. And now it's time to go to the area where I would have ended up if I had used the other door at the start of the level after using the sapphire key. And, well, there's no mutant on me. And that's because I haven't triggered him, because I took the path where it was possible for me to not trigger him. And I've got 2 of the 4 items already. But the other 2 are off limits, because the bridges haven't fallen yet. And, well, there's 2 paths both available to me. One of them leads to the switch that makes one of the bridges fall down. the other leads to a switch that makes the other bridge fall down. I've chosen to come this way. In my opinion, this is probably out of the two paths. I mean, you have to take both paths because you have to pull both switches. But in my opinion, this way is the harder way. Making it to the switch that's this way, in my opinion, is more difficult than making it to the switch that's the other way. So I've just come this way first because I just want to get the more difficult one out of the way first. Or at least the one that's more difficult for me. There's a mutant up here, and I have to pull a switch. And instead of proceeding the way that you would normally proceed, I'm going to go back the way I came as a way of trying to keep myself safe from the mutant. And I can return to where I came from by doing a simple jump. And without taking damage if you land on the slope. Or at least land on a high enough point of the slope. And we are back here, so now I can go the other way, the easier way. That's the final switch. I just need to retreat. And there is also a secret in this area as well. Okay, well, I can't go back straight away because I haven't got the secret yet. And the secret is this way. Looks like the large medipack is the only item that I'm interested in out of the items within the secret. That's the fourth item, and that is the door open. I believe I will be... I believe there are 2 more mutants to come, but I think only one of them has the potential to be a problem. this is the mutant that I was talking about when I said that, when I said about one of them having the ability to make a nuisance of itself. The giant mutant at the start of the Great Pyramid, I think it takes about 25 blasts with the shotgun to kill him. If they are good shots. In which case I probably already have, more than enough shotgun shells, and I'm just wondering what this mutant is doing. Trying to sort of slow the game down by pausing. As I was saying, I probably have more than enough shotgun shells, but I guess it's probably better to have a few too many than not have enough. There isn't really any harm in having extra shotgun shells in my inventory. I mean, if it was real life, then I'd have, the task of carrying them, but seeing as this is a video game, I don't think Lara is going to moan about the shotgun shells. I don't think Lara's going to moan about, the weight of loads of shotgun shells in the inventory. The weight of all those shotgun shells in her bag. The amount of space that they're taking up. Now, Lara does a good job at fitting everything into her backpack. Well, I mean, the pistols and shotgun are not in her backpack. But I'm guessing the spare ammo is, plus all of the health packs. Plus other guns, if I had other guns. Well, I mean, I do actually have the magnums. I mean, I wasn't interested in them. But when I killed Pierre, I had to pick up what he dropped, which was a gold key, a piece of the Skion, plus magnums as well. Oh yes, and this is a level which is pretty much guaranteed to be a pain. I don't know if there's an effective way of avoiding these two mutants, but certainly I don't know of any way of making it past them without taking any damage. And believe me, I'm going to be taking a lot more damage throughout this level. This is one of the harder levels. This level, it's inevitable, pretty much inevitable, that I'm going to have a hard time. I'm going to lose a lot of health. I'm going to use health packs. It's not going to be easy. It's not the hardest level. The hardest level is Atlantis. But this is one of the harder levels. And the mutant has gone where I wanted him to go. Where I wanted him to go. I wanted to end up on the Sphinx's arm that I ended up on. I wanted to shoot the mutant to get the mutant to run off. I wanted him to go away from this area, giving me a clear path so that I could climb up to this area while taking as little damage as possible. The mutant obviously knows where I am. He did shoot at me. And I'm going to be dropping back down. And it wouldn't surprise me if the mutant is close by. And we've also triggered a flying mutant as well. And yes, there is the mutant. I'm not talking about the flying mutant, I'm talking about that specific mutant. As I predicted, he was close by and did attack me, and I can hear the flying mutant as well. Right, now I want this arm of the Sphinx. I want that mutant to run off. And I don't want the flying mutant to be here. And I don't want the other mutant shooting at me. Now that switch that I pulled opened a door, and there's a quick way of getting to that door by just doing this jump. Here we are. And there's a high probability that we are going to take damage from the centaur, which is just through here. That wasn't too bad. Now I want to return to where I came from, but I need to go about it in a specific way so that I don't trigger an unwanted mutant. And that flying mutant is a bit too close for comfort. Okay, I should have avoided the mutant. This is where the mutant would spawn if he was triggered. There's no sign of him, so it looks like I was successful with avoiding the trigger spot. And since there don't seem to be any enemies within close proximity, I might as well insert one of these. And now I'm going to go to where the secret is, but I'm not actually going to collect the secret here and now. Reason being, collecting the secret triggers at least one flying mutant. And the more mutants I have on me, the more difficult things will be. So I'm going to delay collecting the secret until later on, until I've made more progress. I was just using the platform that the secret is on as a way of getting to this area. Oh, that's not a good sign. Well, I'm happy with the mutant shooting at me. I would rather that than him come charging at me. It's just when the mutants are close to you and they attack you, it's very hard to avoid them. But if they are a bit further away and they are shooting at you, then it's easier to not take damage from them. When they are shooting at you, you can, try to avoid the ammunition. And I think, depending on whether you are to the left of a mutant or to the right of a mutant, I think that determines whether they shoot darts or whether they shoot those fireball things. And, well, the darts are nowhere near as threatening because they do a lot less damage. So if I'm correct about the sides, left side versus right side, then it's better to be on the side where they shoot darts. That will be a lot less problematic. Speaking of problematic, we may have an issue here. I want to try and get at an angle where I can collect the item without getting shot too much. I guess that wasn't a total disaster. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't exactly disastrous. I mean, it could have been worse. No doubt I've got mutants waiting to give me a greeting. I can see a shadow, which must belong to a flying mutant. And a ground mutant is here as well. Please tell me that the ground mutant will shoot at me instead of come charging at me. Okay, that looks like a good sign. And let's hope the flying mutants keep their distance this time. I want him to go running. I can see a flying mutant. I can hear a flying mutant. And one of the mutants tried shooting a dart at me. And looks like that we've got more darts coming, and I don't like what I'm seeing or hearing. Best leave. not safe here either. Ooh. Go away. Okay, the flapping of the wings. Okay, it sounds like it's getting closer. And it looks like it's getting closer. And I need to get the secret. Okay, the secret is mine. Do you mind? And is that the ground mutant shooting at me? These mutants, they just don't give you an inch, do they? Right, I'm aiming for the door by the Sphinx. It's in sight. And it's in reach as well. Right, well, after pulling the underwater lever, the current took us here, but we will be able to return to the area where the very deep water was. But when we return, the water's going to be a lot more shallow. And I know that one of the sphinxes has a large medipack in its ear. I'm not sure if collecting the large medipack would be considered a glitch. So to be on the safe side, I'm going to ignore the large medipack. I'm not exactly desperate for it. I've got plenty of medipacks in my inventory. And with the water drained, we're now able to pull the switch that we just pulled. I mean, there is still some water left, but nowhere near as much. And now we can go this way, which takes us back to the start of the level. But there's an item that we can collect, and we can then use the item to proceed further to the end of the level. The only problem is that we have mutants waiting for us. The 2 mutants that spawned at the beginning of the level, they are both going to be there, plus 3 new mutants. 2 mutants that are just like the 2 other mutants from the start of the level, plus a centaur. So we're going to have 5 mutants on us. And trying to insert the item while getting knocked about by mutants is not a pleasant experience. Nor is it easy. But here we go. Okay, well, I made it to the keyhole easily enough. But I still need to insert the item and then make it through the gate. The mutants are going to try and make things as difficult for me as possible. And your health can literally crash when you're under attack from a number of mutants. Okay. We've made it this far. Larson is about to spawn. I can hear his voice. I can see him. But I can't kill him. I mean, I'm not allowed to kill him under these restrictions. So I have to try to avoid him. Help myself to the Scion that's over here. And be done with one of the harder levels of the challenge. And be done with the Egypt section. Move on to the final section, the Atlantis section, starting with Natla's mines. Here we are with Natla's mines, and you know, regarding recent Tomb Raider content, one thing that did catch the attention of a lot of people were the videos by Foxmaster, the alleged AI videos, the videos where Lara was allegedly self-aware and being, you know, controlled by an AI or whatever it was. It received an awful lot of attention and publicity. And to begin with, I thought that it was genuine and I was fascinated by it. But then people started advising that the videos were fake, that the videos were not genuine. And then there was a video on a different YouTube account. I think the name might have been something like Decompose, where it insisted that Foxmaster's videos were fake, or at least, or rather the videos to do with Lara being self-aware were fake. And there's also suspicion that Decompose is in fact Foxmaster himself on like a separate like YouTube account, basically trying to like expose himself, maybe as a way of trying to attract more publicity, maybe as a way of just trolling the viewers, maybe as a way of, you know, wanting the truth to be out, that the videos likely are fake. I mean, when I watched the videos, you know, I was fully convinced. I thought that everything was exactly how it appeared to be. I thought that, you know, it was genuine. But now I find myself belonging to the group of people who believe that the videos probably are fake and that Decompose probably is Foxmaster. That's if I'm remembering the account names correctly. I mean, I'm sure that Foxmaster is correct. I'm just not sure if Decompose is the correct name of the other account. But the only reason why I suspect the videos are fake is because of what other people have been saying. Had it not been for other people saying that the videos are fake, then I probably wouldn't have had any suspicions. I mean, I will admit that I am a person who unfortunately is of low intelligence and high gullibility. You know, it is very easy to pull the wool over my eyes, and, you know, I won't deny that, you know, I did believe that the videos were genuine, and, you know, if I hadn't been advised differently, then I probably wouldn't have suspected anything. You know, I thought the videos were real. I was highly fascinated by them. And I think it's a shame that the likelihood is that they probably are fake. I would have loved it if they were genuine, but it looks like they're probably not. It certainly attracted a lot of controversy, you know, because of the, you know, the uncertainty of whether or not the videos are genuine, or rather the likelihood that they probably aren't genuine. The fact that, you know, to begin with, some people were fooled by it. You know, if the videos are fake, which they probably are, then, you know, it's, you know, some people were fooled by it, but then you had, you know, people advising that it's not what it appears to be. And then the separate YouTube channel where the person who is claiming that the videos are likely fake, you know, that is an account that has just one video, an account that was created recently, and I think that's why people are suspecting that it's, you know, Foxmaster on a different account. I mean, me personally, I would like it if the videos are real and genuine, but I don't think they are. And once again, you know, I'm only saying that because of what other people have said. Had it not been for those people, then, you know, I would probably still be believing that they were genuine, and I would probably be wrong to think it. And I just think it's a shame, really, because, you know, when I watched the videos and was, you know, convinced by it, you know, I found it to be fascinating. You know, I think it's a shame that it's probably not what it appeared to be. Apart from that, I'm trying to think what other Tomb Raider content I've watched a lot of. I'm very fond of speedruns, and you know, I've seen a lot of footies speed runs. And I've seen some videos and various challenges done by T-Rex of Terror. But I've loved most of what I've seen be done by Footy and T-Rex of Terror. I haven't been spending as much time on the internet lately. I certainly haven't been watching as many gaming videos lately. I think the only YouTube videos that I've been watching belong to other people that I like to follow, people that do like pranks and social experiments. I've been continuing to follow videos like those, but lately I haven't really been watching gaming videos. Just due to personal circumstances, as well as me trying to have a healthier lifestyle, a more productive lifestyle, and, not wanting to spend so much time glued to the internet, not wanting to spend so much time glued to YouTube, not wanting to spend so much time watching gaming videos. So yes, I haven't seen many gaming videos of late. I've been watching like pranks and social experiments and like listening to like songs on YouTube. But gaming videos, watching gaming videos, that's not really a big part of me at the moment. And despite the fact that I've loved football and snooker for most of my life, football and snooker are two other things that I haven't really been following lately. I seem to have lost interest in football and snooker, at least at the moment. It's been many months since I've watched any football. I think it's been longer since I've watched any snooker. And I think it's been like at least a couple of months since I've watched any gaming videos. But if I was to get back into gaming, then Footy and T-Rex of Terror, they are two people who I would love to start following again. And there are also other gamers who do videos for different games who I would like to start following again. But when it comes to gaming, for the most part, I only really watch speedruns. Speedruns are my favourite thing to watch when it comes to gaming. More so than like let's plays or unique challenges or whatever it might be. I mean, there's a YouTuber called Liquid Wi-Fi who does speed runs for Simpsons Hit and Run, and he is one of my favourite gamers. I mean, once again, you know, I haven't been watching any gaming videos lately. I have, you know, unsubscribed from all of the gamers that I was subscribed to. But I imagine at some point I'll probably resubscribe to them. And Liquid Wi-Fi, who does speedruns for Simpsons Hit and Run, he's one of my favourite gamers. And, you know, when it comes to Tomb Raider, I would say that Footy and T-Rex of Terror are my favourites. There are others as well. I mean, I have an account on speedrun.com. I don't do speedrunning myself, but I love watching speedruns, and I have an account on speedrun.com so that I can stay up to date with certain games and speedruns for certain games. But I'm not currently viewing speedrun.com much because of the fact that, you know, gaming is something that I've calmed down with lately, particularly watching other people, you know, watching other people's gaming videos. But, you know, speedrun.com, I was subscribed to quite a few different video games where I was getting notifications whenever there was a new world record speedrun for one of the categories for that game. But yeah, I don't really know what else to say. I mean, I don't think I'm currently subscribed to any gamers, apart from my friend Ross, but I think it's been years since he uploaded any videos on his channel. I think the other subscriptions, like the other people I'm subscribed to, I think, I don't think any of them are gamers. I think they're people that do pranks and social experiments. It's just, watching videos like those are typically less time consuming, because a speed run for a game can be hours long, but then pranks and social experiments are usually only minutes long. I had a feeling that that enemy might be within range and that it would be useful to shoot him to try and get him to run off, you know, to reduce the risk of him shooting me. And that's pretty much why I picked the pistols up, because I was anticipating needing to use them to shoot that enemy and also the next enemy as well, who I haven't yet encountered, but he is not far away. I know that I have the shotgun, but I've said before it's not very good for long-range shooting. I think that the pistols would be a better choice of gun to use when it comes to shooting enemies, to try and get them to run off. You know, pistols are better than the shotgun when it comes to long-range shooting, and with the pistols you don't have the disadvantage of limited ammo. Now, the second enemy has been triggered. I can hear him and I might want to shoot him. I tried to shoot him, but I don't think I did. But I've got a fair lead on him. Hopefully he's not going to make a nuisance of himself. Although he sounds like he's not far away. Okay, I can still hear him. But I've managed to make it to a safe spot. And fortunately, the third and final enemy can be avoided altogether. You can glitchlessly avoid his trigger spot. Happy days. And obviously, I will be avoiding his trigger spot. So I won't have to worry about him. What I do need to be worrying about is the next level, because the next level is Atlantis, the hardest level in the game, under these restrictions, in my opinion. And when it's me playing, I suppose it's my opinion that counts. Because if I consider Atlantis to be the hardest level, and I'm the one who's playing the level, then, you know, it doesn't really matter if other people consider a different level to be the hardest level. It's not going to make any difference for me if I consider Atlantis to be the hardest level. This is, you know, under the restrictions of pacifist runs, of course. Although, even with standard playthroughs, Atlantis is very capable of being the hardest level in the game, in my opinion. I've not really, paused to, you know, think it through too deeply. But it's definitely a contender. I'm not sure if it's really necessary to be saving. There isn't really anything obvious that can go wrong for the remainder of this level, but I saved anyway, just in case. There are times when this hospital is prone to having power cuts. So I guess I need to be mindful of possible technical faults, as well as me, you know, just doing a terrible job at the game. You know, failing at the game is one way that it can go wrong. Technical faults is another thing. Okay, we've made it through. The enemy can be seen, but he's not active. And he's not going to be active either. And I don't think that side jump worked very well. And I don't think that forward jump worked very well. That will just about do, though. But yes, Atlantis. Glitchless secrets, no kills. The level starts off unpleasant, and it continues to be unpleasant. And I don't know if there's, like, a reliable way of doing the bit at the beginning without having difficulty, without taking damage from the mutants. I certainly don't know of any, like, foolproof technique. I do have ideas that help to an extent, but still, you know, a lot of luck is needed, and yeah. Things might be difficult. I intentionally hatched the first two mutants, and then avoided hatching the third mutant until the last opportunity, and by hanging onto the ledge, I'm hoping that the mutants will go underneath me. I'm hoping that I can, for the time being, keep the mutants in the lower part of this area by hanging onto ledges accordingly. But it looks like that mutant had a clear shot at me, and well, he stayed where he was. But it looks like the three mutants are now underneath me. Okay. And I'm going to keep them underneath me. By shimmying along. It's just, although they can shoot at me while they are down there and I am up here, they can't physically touch me when they are down there and I am up here. So I'm trying to keep them underneath me for the time being. I'm trying to keep them in the lower area while I am in the upper area. So, you know, even though I've pulled the switch, I've gone back to being here. Because if I had just pulled the first switch and then ignored the mutants and gone to the second switch, then the mutants would be up here with me. I need to go about things in a specific way so that I can pull the second switch with the mutants still being in the lower area. And a fourth mutant has been triggered, a flying mutant. But I've done that intentionally because I want to be near the switch. I want to, you know, hang on to a ledge to, you know, try and have the mutants underneath me. And I want to be as close to the switch as possible when I pull up. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing here. Hopefully I'll be able... Oh, okay, they've started shooting at me. Hopefully I'll be able to pull the switch and then hang on to the ledge again, thus preventing them from coming to the upper area. The second switch has been pulled. Yeah, the flying mutant is there. Is that all four of the mutants? Oh, and a fifth mutant has hatched. Okay, well, it's gone okay so far. But here's the problem. Now I want the mutants to be in the upper area. Because the door that I need to go through is in the lower area. That means I don't want the mutants to be in the lower area, because that will make things harder for me. So I'm trying to, you know, loiter in the upper area, trying to lure the mutants into the upper area so that I can then drop down into the lower area in the hope of there being no mutants down there. Hoping that I can peacefully go through the door. Well, there's a flying mutant down here. Oh, and there's one just to my left. Okay, well, with the tactics that I have, or rather the lack of tactics that I have, because there probably are much better ways of doing that first part of the level. There's probably methods that I'm not aware of, methods that I can't think of, but with, you know, with what I was going by, I don't think that first bit went too terribly. I mean, I'm sure that with better tactics, it could have gone a lot better. But, you know, with the methods that I do use, I don't think that was all that bad going. You know, I will settle with the outcome. just between you and me, I don't think that any of the secrets in this level are particularly well hidden. I don't think that any of the secrets in this level are particularly hard to find. I mean, the level itself is one of the trickier levels in the game, maybe the hardest, but when it comes to finding the secrets, this level, the secrets are really not hard to find, not in my opinion anyway. I think that I think they're pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Well, I didn't mean to hit into what I hit into, but I did mean to end up in the water, and I did end up in the water. So I guess I should be okay with that. Supposing you were to play this level for the first time, and you were to finish with 2 out of 3 secrets, I wonder if you would wrongly assume that the unreachable large medipacks in this level might be the other secret. The door that can't be opened, which has 2 large medipacks beyond it, 2 unreachable large medipacks, more specifically. I wonder if you would wrongly assume that that is the other secret if you were to complete this level for the first time and find 2 of the 3 secrets. It's just, I remember when I was younger completing Palace Midas and finding 2 out of 3 secrets. The one that I was missing was the one in the monkey cage where there's the well-hidden switch which causes one of the gates to open. And I wrongly assumed that the unreachable large medipack in Palace Midas was the other secret. I'm talking about the large medipack in the area where the 5 switches are. There's a large medipack that's too high to reach, at least without glitches. I mean, you can get it with the corner bug, so you can get it with glitches, but I don't think there's any way of getting it without glitches. And I didn't know that the large medipack was meant to be unreachable, and when I completed Palace Midas with 2 out of 3 secrets, I wrongly assumed that the unreachable large medipack was the other secret, and that there was some way of getting it. But then, from watching a video, I came to learn that the large medipack was not meant to be obtainable. And from watching a different video, I came to learn where the third secret really is. Unreachable medipacks is a recurring trend in Core's Tomb Raider games. In Tomb Raider 1, there's an unreachable large medipack in Palace Midas, which I've already mentioned, plus 2 unreachable large medipacks in this level, which I've already mentioned. There's an unreachable large medipack in Temple of Zion in Tomb Raider 2. It's at like the top of a fake ladder. If you were to try to climb the ladder, then you wouldn't be successful because the ladder is fake. Tomb Raider 3, there's an unreachable large medipack in Coastal Village. It's in quicksand, and if you were to try and collect it, then you would sink to your death. And then in Lost City of Tinus, there's a large medipack which, if you try and collect it, a object will roll down and crush you and kill you. And if you trigger the roll-in object and manage to avoid it, then you won't be able to collect the large or rather you're not meant to be able to collect the large medipack because the object is blocking the way. The large medipack in Palace Midas is obtainable with a glitch. The unreachable large medipacks in this level, I think, are only obtainable by hacking. The unreachable large medipack in Temple of Zion is obtainable with a glitch, as is the unreachable large medipack in Lost City of Tinus. You are able to slowly and gradually jump through the object and pick up the large medipack. As for Coastal Village, I'm not actually sure if the large medipack is obtainable anyway. Possibly with a hack. I don't know of any glitch that makes it obtainable. I think the only way that it might be obtainable is with a hack. Tomb Raider Last Revelation, I think it's Guardian of Semiket, where there's a secret which contains 3 items. A large medipack, a small medipack, and ammo. And if you collect one of the items, then the other 2 catch fire, and you can't collect them without catching fire. And I don't think that it would be possible to have enough medipacks in order to keep yourself alive until you find water. But on the PC version, there is a glitch that gives you unlimited medipacks. And with that glitch, it might be possible to collect all of the items and, use medipacks until you find water. Tomb Raider Chronicles, I think it's Escape with the Iris, where there's an enemy who drops a large medipack if you kill him, but the only way that you're able to kill him is by doing the all weapons cheat. So that's also an unreachable medipack, but for the all weapons cheat. And I don't think that the large medipack that I'm talking about is in all versions of the game, because on my version of the game, the enemy in question doesn't drop a large medipack. I play on the PlayStation, I live in the UK, and I did the all weapons cheat. I killed all of the enemies. None of them dropped the large medipack that I'm talking about. Tomb Raider Angel of Darkness is a game that, off the top of my head, I'm a lot less confident with. But I think the sanitarium has an unreachable chocolate bar, which is an item that I think refills your health by 10%. Because it's in a room that I think is locked. A room that I don't think you can enter. I think it is possible to enter the room with a glitch, but I'm not sure if it's possible to get back out with a glitch. But I would imagine that it is possible to get back out with a hack. And there might be other unreachable health items. But off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure. Don't you just love this level? Don't you just love doing a pacifist challenge for this level? You just don't get a break, do you?
You can't do.
Cutscene, don't care about you. Cutscene, don't care about you. We are done with Atlantis, and the end of the challenge is on the horizon, because all that we have ahead of us is the final level, the Great Pyramid, and we are still at just 2 kills, but that will change shortly. Okay, we are up to 3 kills, and I will be equipping the Uzis, because we need to destroy the Skion when we get to it, And I don't think that it's possible to destroy the Scion with the shotgun, or at the very least, I don't think the shotgun is very good at destroying the Scion. I think that one of the duo guns works a lot better, and I've chosen the Uzis because they are superior to the pistols. The Scion will be kill number 4, and that will be the last kill of the challenge. Natla you do not have to kill. You can complete the level while leaving her alive. In order to kill Natla, well, to begin with, Natla is flying and she shoots those fireball things at you. And to kill her, you have to repeatedly shoot her until you knock her down, and then she gets back up, but she can no longer fly, and she can no longer shoot those fireball things. She can only shoot darts. And then if you shoot her a load more and knock her down again, you then kill her. Now obviously, in a pacifist run, you can't do that. Instead, you have 2 options. You can either just completely leave her as she is, so leave her in the state where she is flying and shooting those fireball things at you, or you could shoot her until you knock her down for the first time, and then leave her. So, proceed with the level, she will get back up, but she will be nowhere near as dangerous because she won't be able to fly, and she'll only be able to shoot darts, which are nowhere near as powerful. If you're doing a glitched pacifist run, then it is possible that when you enter the area with Natla, you can use a glitch which sends you straight to the top area, where you can then complete the level. And if you are quick about it, if you succeed at the glitch, on your first try, or within a few tries, then you probably won't give Natla long enough in order to enable her to make a threat of herself. And so, you would probably be okay leaving Natla as she is. But if glitches are not allowed, then you have to climb up the hard way, and Natla will pursue you. She has the ability to fly, she will stick close to you, she will shoot you, she will inflict a lot of damage upon you, she will make things very hard for you, and in which case I personally would advise shooting her until you knock her down for the first time, and then when you see to the last bit of the level, climbing up, Natla won't be able to pose much of a threat because she will be stuck on the ground and she'll only be able to shoot darts. So my advice, if you're not using glitches, shoot Natla and knock her down, but don't kill her. Knocking her down once doesn't count as a kill on the statistics. Only knocking her down twice counts as a kill on the statistics. if you're using glitches, then it's up to you. You could knock her down the first time, or you could just leave her. Really, it depends on what your preference is. It's only in a glitchless pacifist run where I would advise knocking her down the first time. And that is what I plan to do in this pacifist run. I plan to knock her down the first time, making her less dangerous, and the Uzis are the guns that I intend on using. You know, when I started this challenge, I did do a practice run first. I did, practice it beforehand, and I anticipated using the Uzis to knock down Natla for the first time and to destroy the Scion. I anticipated using the shotgun to kill Larson and Pierre, plus the giant mutant, as well as getting Pierre to run off in most of the instances in which I got him to run off. And then I anticipated using the pistols in the cistern when getting Pierre to run off, as well as shooting random enemies to get them to run off. So I had a rough idea, what guns I would need, when I would need them, how much ammo I would need. And I don't think I needed to collect any separate Uzi clips, because the Uzis that were among health packs have proven to be enough. There were instances where I picked up health packs and picked up Uzi ammo at the same time, because Uzi ammo was within the health packs. I couldn't pick up the medi packs without picking up the Uzi ammo as well. As for shotgun ammo, I had to go a bit more out of my way. Well, a lot more out of my way, because I had to collect a lot of shotgun shells. Pistols were no issue, because they don't require ammo, and the magnums I was never interested in. Well, that area that I just went to, that was beyond the pendulum, where I picked up the large medipack, that was the third and final secret. You didn't hear it chime, because unfortunately on my version of the game, and possibly other versions of Tomb Raider 1, the second secret and the third secret in this level are both programmed as the same secret. And because of that, even though you can physically go to both of the secrets and collect the items that are there, the secret will only chime for one of them. Okay, we've knocked Natla down. She'll get back up shortly though. Yeah, it won't be possible to chime both of the secrets, nor will it be possible for both of the secrets to register on the statistics. When I complete the level, it will only show as 2 out of 3 secrets. But that doesn't change the fact that I did collect all 3 secrets. It's just unfortunate that due to a mistake with the programming, I can't get all 3 secrets to register on my version of the game. And I think that it's not just my version of the game that's affected by this. I mean, you would have heard the first 2 secrets chime, but not the 3rd secret, and that's why I felt the need to point out where the 3rd secret was, and that I collected it. Natla is shooting in our direction. She has taken some health from us, and I'm sure she'll take more health from us, but we really don't need to worry. We have mountains of medipacks in our inventory. The darts do puny damage, and we are at the end of the level, at the end of the game, at the end of the challenge. We're just going to slide down, and then we will be done. And I won't save and continue, because I don't want to enter New Game Plus. So I'll just continue, but that is the challenge done. So I would like to thank everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you again soon. Tomb Raider 3 will likely be next.